or work through. So, maize seed 2, seeding is where I got to. And then we'll go through the, hopefully then, once we've done this kind of aspect, we'll be able to jump in and do, into the sandbox where we get to play as if it was like a normal map, open map, and crucial to pick the right time for sowing. For maize, this is a matter of watching the temperature in particular. The soil must be warm enough for sowing. The maize is not damaged by excessively low soil temperatures, which could have a negative impact on sprouting. Minimum soil temperature of 8 degrees to 10 degrees for ideal growth. Okay. As with all plants, good conditions must be created in the field for maize. In addition to temperature, an ideal seedbed must be provided. Dry soil cultivation. The hammer corn, which we'll be using today, combines these two steps into one. So this is a direct drill. This is a direct drill. Hopefully my brakes still work okay, and they seem to be. Select the seeder. Is that what I want? Do I want fertilizer? Right, no, I want maize seed, don't I? That's what I want. Just had to drive forward a bit. So this seeder will seed and fertilize then. Whereas the previous tutorial I did with the previous seeder, it wouldn't. It would only do seeding. Still doesn't look like a very big seeder to me. Looks like it's probably going to take 20 hours to do any kind of The field we are sowing today has not yet been cultivated. The hammer corn king has integrated plates, however, and can use them together with the seeder to cultivate and sow at the same time. Now, for those of you not aware with cattle and crops, hammer is the kind of make-believe fantasy manufacturer name that they put on all equipment that they don't have the license for, the real license, the real brand license. So if you see any equipment named Hammer, it's because they don't have the license, the real manufacturer's license. It's kind of like in Farming Simulator when you have Lizard. You have Lizard branded vehicles and equipment. Pretty sure I did this field. Previous experiment. Let's see. Fold out the implement. Gonna put on the auto steer. Lower the implement. My seating? Let's go and start again, because that didn't go so well for me. That didn't seem to go very well at all. These for... I think on these tutorials, you know, because auto steering's turned off. I want it on, please. There we go. Now we've got it working. Now we've got it working. Takes a little bit getting used to. It's not as noticeable on this game as opposed to Farm Sim, where you have the little tractor with the little things, the little boxes front and rear, which tell you if you've got, you know, got your seeder or sprayer or whatever turned on. It's not as obvious in this game whether you've actually got the tool turned on. So you kind of just have to try the buttons. Also in this game, weirdly enough, some tools like seeders and that, you don't appear to be able to turn them on unless you're actually on the field. So if you've got the seeder just off the edge of the field, you can't actually turn it on until you've actually driven on the field, which seems a bit of a risk, because that to me seems like it could give you the probability that you may actually miss. Oh, driving too fast apparently. So I'm going to use the cruise control. Deep ruts there. Open the field menu. Look. So we've got a patch where we've seeded, as you can see. There's a bit where we've missed seeding. That's probably where I was going too fast. It doesn't allow you. Right, carry on. Sow the rest of the field. Got the rubbish men outside. Right, we're turned on. Cruise control is engaged. Away we go. And away we go. So there's the bit where I was going far too fast with the seeder. So it didn't seed or cultivate there, but it obviously the tractor just gouged massive furrows out of the field with the tyres. Which apparently, from what I understand, to fix deep tyre ruts in a field, you either need to plough the field or you need to cultivate it twice. That's how you fix the ruts. Yeah, I remember this field now. This is the field that you did the first seeding tutorial on with the yeah, so my cruise control is broken into 3 steps in this game. So you got 7 miles an hour, 13 miles an hour, and 50 miles an hour. And you can see that indicated on the panel on the right hand side. I think 13 miles an hour would be too fast. So I'm going to leave it at 7. Doing the seeding. what I did with this game as well, I made sure to rebuy most of the controller controls, and I've tried to make them as close as possible to farm sims. So like starting a vehicle, lowering an implement, attaching an implement, turning on an implement. I've tried to make them as very close as I can to farm sim, because obviously at this point my muscle memory is so conditioned to playing farm sim with a controller that the buttons that this game had, or the controller scheme that this game had, was just completely unsuitable. I could not get on with it. I could not get on with it, sorry to say. Now, that kind of means that the bar that you see on the bottom of the screen, the quick access, quick shortcut bar thing, that's kind of redundant, because most of the button combinations that that bar uses, I have actually bound to things like raising and lowering of the attached implements. This down, switch this on. Cruise control is active. Make sure the seed is going down on that bar. From the last seeding tutorial I did, you will have way more seed than is needed to do this field. Probably ought to turn off my Giants Partner logo while I'm playing this game, because this is not a Giants game. What people think it is. People thinking this is farm sim. This is not farm sim. This is a game made by a way smaller team of independent developers. The game was in early access for several years. As of October the 15th, it's now had its version 1 official release, and it's come out of early access. However, it has caused a bit of controversy, because a lot of the stuff that was in the early access version is now apparently absent and missing from the released version, such as the ability to do contracts, missions in the career mode, which kind of has a lot of people questioning what the purpose of career mode is. Because you might as well play in sandbox compared to career mode. Career mode, without the missions and contracts, kind of does limit you very considerably, because unless you've done all the tutorials and scenarios and stuff, you won't have all the equipment available in the game that you can then acquire and buy and things like that. So a lot of people are saying that career mode really at this moment in time serves no purpose, and you're best off playing in sandbox, where at least you do have access to all the equipment. There we go. Oh. I might as well finish seeding this whole field, actually. The simple reason, on the previous tutorial, the previous seeding tutorial, I skipped seeding the rest of the field, and then it basically asks you to go back to the farm and empty the seeder. And because I had a pretty much full tank left in the seeder, it took ages to empty it. Ages to empty it. People ask me to comment on the graphics of the game, what I think of the graphics. They feel a little bit, without wanting to be too negative, they feel a little bit Farm Sim 15, 17 to me, possibly. A little bit cartoony looking. But I understand, obviously, this game's not about the graphics so much as it's about the actual simulation level of the game. Like the like the actual soil physics, the different fertilizers, and making sure you apply the correct amounts of the different fertilizers to a field, and stuff, which we will no doubt get into as we carry on through the tutorials. Again, from what I've been reading about the game, some people are not quite a fan of that. They feel it's perhaps a little bit too hardcore for a game. And, you know, the common people are like, I don't want to be a real farmer. I'm never going to be a real farmer. I do not need to know this stuff. It's like some of the help windows that pop up as you're doing these tutorials. It tells you stuff that, I guess, unless you are planning to be a real farmer, you just don't need to know. From a game perspective, from the gameplay point of view, it doesn't mean anything. it's just useful trivia, I suppose. In some cases. And I know some people say there's like a fertilizer planner, fertilizer calculator built into the game, which you can access at your farm via the computer in the house. And one of the common complaints I see popping up on the forum quite a lot from players is that computer, because you're accessing it on a computer within, you know, a computer game, it's very, very small. The screen in the game is very small, and a lot of people saying it's very difficult to read. I've not seen it yet myself, so I can't comment yet, but I know a lot of people are saying, why isn't the fertilizer calculator on this type of screen here, where it's much easier to access and read. And yeah, I must admit, I would kind of agree with that sentiment, I guess. Again, I know they wanted to make the game sort of more realistic, and again, more simulatory than farm sim. And I didn't play much of this game when it was in early access, because it didn't have controller support, and it didn't have any key bindings bound. You had to kind of come into the game and set your own key bindings up, and if you don't know what buttons you're going to need and what functions you're going to need, it's very difficult to do that. I wasn't a big fan of that aspect of it, of the game, and that kind of put me off, the fact that it wasn't just pick up and play. You couldn't just pick up, grab a controller and start playing. And I know a lot of people say, hang on a minute, you're playing on PC. Hang on a minute, Watty, you're playing on PC. Why are you worried about controller? And honestly, it's because over the last few years, or the last couple of years, since my real life accident, I've found it far more easy, far more comfortable to be able to play games with a controller than keyboard and mouse. I can sit more comfortable for longer periods of time when I'm not having to hunch over and reach over my desk to get to a controller, get to the keyboard, get to the mouse. So for that purpose, for just pure comfort, and ease of playing games for the hours that I do, good controller support is essential for me. The game doesn't have that, then it's very hard for me to play a game, or to even consider playing a game for long periods. And there was a game the other day, one of my friends plays and streams, and you know that he's played for, you know, a couple of years now. Pretty much the only game he plays these days. And he was playing it with a controller to begin with, and then he was like, nah, I'm going back to keyboard. There's noticeable differences in the smoothness and response times compared between the controller and the keyboard and mouse, and I was like, that's bad. From a game, that's bad. If people who play it with a controller are being punished playing with a controller, that's bad. Because I've tried to play that game. I have actually got that game. I don't play it, I don't stream it. It's not really my cup of tea. competitive online multiplayer survival type game type dealy. I've tried a couple of games of it, didn't really get on with it. But yeah, I'm like, I was playing it with a controller, and if basically people who are playing with keyboard and mouse have got faster movement, faster turning, and things like that, then that is it's a bit game breaking. Because what you need to do in that situation, then, if you can't get the controls on parity, if you can't get the controls, you know, paritable, you need to make sure on the matchmaking, when you're matchmaking players, that anybody playing with a controller is paired up with and put into matches with fellow people playing with controllers. Otherwise, they're like I say, they're at a disadvantage to the keyboard and mouse players, and they're getting absolutely crucified in games because they can't move as fast, they can't turn as fast, they can't react as quickly. Some of the quick time events in the game, obviously there's a bit of input lag between you pressing the button on the controller and the action happening in the game, which means on some of the skill checks and stuff you were failing. You had to kind of press the button, get into the habit of pressing the button early before, and obviously after if you've spent, you know, several hours with the game and you've spent quite a bit of time playing it, you would be conditioned to that, you would be used to it, and it'd become like second nature. It's very weird. Very weird. But hey, nearly finished seeding, got about one row left to do. There's just one patch that I missed where I was driving too fast because I wasn't using cruise control. But I do know this game doesn't quite have the depth of, say, Farming Simulator. Doesn't have anywhere near the amount of vehicles in the game available to the player. It doesn't have the amount of variety of crops to plant and grow. You've pretty much got wheat, barley, and I think corn. Those are your, and grass. Those are your like your 4 crops that you can do in this game. Don't think you can even do beans, soybeans, which is obviously for a lot of people, a lot of farmers, certainly American farmers, one of the main crops they grow is beans and corn, you know. I'm surprised there's no canola. If this is like, because obviously the developers of this game are German, much like with Farming Simulator. So I'm surprised with it being a European game and a European like developer. We don't have the canola. We don't have oilseed rape, you know, for like making your biodiesels and biofuels and things like that, which is obviously a very common crop. You find a lot of people plant because it's so easy to grow. It's not very difficult. It's almost like a weed. It's actually almost like a weed in the fact that it will grow in pretty much any conditions. Doesn't take any real care or attention. The results speak for themselves. The maize sprouted after a few days and the plants are developing well. You should also fertilise your plants to ensure further ideal growth. Find out how exactly that works in the fertiliser category. Precision seeding has been completed. Next tutorial, grain and field grass. Now we get to do like your wheat and grass seeding. It's pretty much going to be exactly the same process. Only you're going to be using a slightly different machine, from a planter to a grain seeder. This tutorial is about sowing grain, or more specifically sowing summer wheat. As with all seed types, you get summer wheat from the cooperative at Albercatal, and it is sown in spring between February and March. Today, the sowing will be done with a power harrow drill combination consisting of a Lemken Zircon 8 and a Lemken Sapphire 7. Ooh. Okay. The Sapphire 7 puts the seeds into the soil in individual rows that are close together. In order to sow, the Sapphire must first be filled with seeds. I guess it's going to be the exact same field I've just done. All the sowing missions seem to be on the same field. Select fill type. We want wheat seed. It's a little bit different the way this you obviously fill equipment in Farm Sim, in between this game and Farm Sim. Very different. Having to choose the specific seed for the crop you're going to plant. Drive to field 46. So a different field actually. Not the same field. Now this game does support mods. You can obviously get mods for the game. Don't know exactly where from. It doesn't have its own built-in mod hub like Farm Sim. Doesn't have an in-game one. So I'm assuming you're going to have to search websites for it. And obviously at this point in time, I don't actually know how much actual mod support there is, whether there are any mods released currently. With the game obviously having moved from early access to full release, I don't know if there's any mods compatible with this version of the game yet. I know there was some available for the early access version, but again they were a little bit, you know, the quality of them was a little bit questionable. Whether you're going to see the same amount of mods with the levels of details like you get in the other games that we play. Wait just a minute. Tell you what, if I have to seed this whole field, it's going to take a while. Because this is small. And that's another thing with this game. If you've come from Farming Simulator or you've got a background in Farming Simulator games, in Farming Simulator you obviously get quite a wide and varied selection of equipment, from small up to the absolute gigantic and massive. From what I see in this game, everything is tiny. It's as if this game has been made by the people that make all like the 2-meter plows and 3-meter cultivators for Farm Simulator. Basically all the stuff you would never ever use in Farm Simulator because it's too small and it would take you far too many hours to get anything done and be productive. Yet this game only has small stuff, so it's going to be really grindy, this game. If you're the kind of person that plays Farm Sim and likes to quickly, you know, seed a field, harvest a field, fertilize a field, etc., this game is probably not for you, because it's going to require you to spend a lot of time just sitting here doing various things. One of the nice things about this game is there is wildlife on the map. There is a deer over there, look. And apparently it does move about. They are alive. And you'll see like rabbits and hares as well. I think that's a nice touch. Makes the maps feel a little bit more what have I done wrong? Lower the combination. Did I press the wrong button? I think I pressed the wrong button. Right, this is going to be a bit of an issue then, because now I've got great big tyre ruts in my field where I've reversed backwards and forwards. But I think the seeder will smooth it out. The seeder will... Oh, I'm on the wrong row. See, problem with small equipment is it's very easy to skip lanes when you're turning. Because unfortunately you probably can't turn quite as sharply as you need to get yourself aligned onto the next row. Probably explains why you would do a up, down, and then come back the opposite way and fill in the gaps. That's kind of how you probably would seed it. You would kind of do alternate rows, unless you want to like shunt about forwards and backwards and stuff like that. And did people notice as well that when I was doing that manoeuvring at the end of the field, I actually had to change gear? I actually had to put the tractor into reverse to be able to reverse. I do kind of like that aspect of the game, rather than just, you know, you press brake to stop and then you keep pressing brake to then start reversing, which is kind of how it works in Farming Simulator. Okay, and now I'm going to keep comparing it to Farming Simulator. It's going to be, you know, one of those things. Because Farming Simulator is pretty much the de facto #1 only farming game out there. It's pretty much got the market cornered at the minute as the sole farming game out there. What I'm going to do is then I'm going to fill in the row that I missed. Have I lifted that up? I haven't. That's probably why I can't turn very well. Lowered. Turned on. And seed and cultivate. I probably won't seed this whole field. I will probably skip. I think we've kind of established how seeding works. You know, we've kind of gathered how the seeding works in this game from that perspective. So yeah, we've got a nice bit of fertilising taking place over there. I'll do one more row. I'll do a fourth row going back down the field. And then we'll skip, and it'll probably ask me to seed something else then with a different seeder as the next tutorial, and then we'll move on hopefully to harvesting or something. I've not done any harvesting yet, so hopefully harvesting tutorials would be nice to do. And then I know there's a whole section on grass mowing. There's also a whole section on transporting the cows, because obviously this game is called Cattle and Crops. So transporting your bulls, because I think there's only bulls in the game at the moment. They only have male cows, which you basically just fatten up and sell for meat purposes. There's no milk production. There's none of that kind of stuff like you get in the farming sim, which I suppose is the opposite of farm sim, because obviously farming sim only has female cows for the purpose of breeding and milk production. It doesn't have male cows, which is a bit weird. Maybe that's something they could Giants could implement in future games. Different, you know, the different sexes of animals. They did it with the chickens. They added the rooster for the chickens, obviously. Not that you don't actually need a rooster. You don't actually need it, because the chickens will quite happily lay eggs and reproduce without a rooster present in the chicken pen. Right, I'm going to skip. Remaining seed. Can be sold. Right, we've got to store the seed then. This is exactly what happened the first time I did the tutorial, by the way. In the corn planting tutorial, because I skipped and decided not to seed the whole field. it said to me, right, drive back to the farm, empty the seeder, and put your crop into storage. So I think it's pretty cool. There's your farm dealer. Your farm shop for buying all your equipment. You can get some speed up in these tractors eventually. Right, so I need to put the seed into storage, which will be on those pallets over there. Start the unloading process. There we go. If I hop out of the machine onto foot, you'll see we start basically putting we start putting the seed into little bags on the pallets. Very handy that the farmer's able to take the loose seed and put it back into the... Unfortunately though, doesn't keep unloading once you jump out of the tractor. So you've got to stay in the tractor whilst you're unloading. And this is a very long, slow process, especially if you've got, you know, 700 litres of seed left in your seeder because you didn't complete you didn't complete the field. You skipped ahead. But what you obviously can do is when you've got your different seeds stored on the different pallets, when you come to do like your seeding jobs, you're seeding your fields, and you have like and you want to, you know, you want a helper or a worker to do the job, you have to actually, when you're setting up the task for the worker, you actually have to tell him to load the seed from the correct pallet. So you've got to remember in your head, in your brain, what seeds you've unloaded onto which pallets, because when you come to tell your worker, your helper, to seed a field and plant a crop, he needs to obviously fill the seeder with the correct seed, otherwise he will plant the wrong thing. And then the contract will be over. Well, this tutorial will be over and we'll move on to the next one. Upload that, skip ahead. Nearly a month. And right, next optional tutorial. Grain and field grass 2. Well, we'll do that one first because we're on the same, in the same thought process, and then we'll move on to fertilizing, where it's no doubt going to teach me about what different types of fertilizers there are and what ratio of each type you need for different crops and things like that. Summer barley is a special variety of grain that, unlike winter barley, grows over spring and summer and is therefore sown in spring. In general, it is important to choose the right time to sow grain. Unlike maize or other crops, summer barley is less susceptible to the cold, so it can be sown earlier than usual. Sowing period for summer barley is therefore between late February and early April. So I wonder if these have winter crops then, because they're talking about summer barley, summer wheat and stuff. Do we also have winter wheat in the game? Because that'd be kind of cool. You know, double cropping your fields. Being able to double crop. Ooh, we've got the Hammer 6000, which is obviously what I just used to do the corn planting. So right, Hammer Corn King 6000. I'm going to put some fertilizer in this machine. Not asked me put any fertilizer in the machine, but I'm going to do it. This is where I probably break the tutorial by going off script and doing something I'm not supposed to do. Quite expensive this. I spent $500 on fertilizer. Then we want barley seed. So it said buy enough barley seeds, so I didn't have to fill the machine. I only needed a little bit, apparently. It's fine. A lot of fertilizer, NPK 20-10-10. Again, like I say, no doubt once I get into the fertilizer tutorial, it will start telling me about ratios, nitrogen, potassium, calcium, that kind of stuff that the soils need and the crops need, and making sure I've got the right amounts in the soil. And we're going to the same field that we always seem to do these seeding missions on. So the corn that we had planted last time is about to get replaced. Again, I'll probably just do 3 or 4 rows as part of this and then skip ahead, because it's not as though don't know how to seed a field. Pretty good now. Just going to back up slightly off of the field. I'm going to make sure my guidance steering is active. That is set to 6 meters. All right, seed the first track. Off we go then, kids. Different spreading rates. That's interesting. Just the disc heights. Got detached grain seed unit. Okay, we probably don't want to be doing that. I mean, that's interesting that you have the option to enable or disable the fertilizer unit separately from the seeder. Again, that's not an option in Farm Sim. You don't have the option of disabling the fertilizer on a seeder or planter in the game. Not without mods. If you want to turn off, if you don't want to use fertilizer when you're seeding in Farm Sim, you need to either use a planter or seeder that doesn't have fertilizer, or you need to make sure you empty the fertilizer from the seeder and only fill it with seed. Which is why on some of the maps that we've run on our multiplayer server in Farm Sim, we've used the optional fertilizer mod, which gives you seeders, all the seeders in the game without fertilizer tanks. So you can buy a version of every seeder and planter with no fertilizer option whatsoever, and just more capacity for storing seed, which means then that your fertilizing must be done before seeding and after seeding. You will never be able to do fertilizing as you are seeding. And so on some maps that's been great because it's given obviously players more work to do, more field work. It's also meant when doing sowing contracts and seeding contracts in the game that we've not had to spend money on fertilizer, which the seeding and sowing contracts don't seem to pay for and take account of. Let me just complete this row first, game. Let me to check all these fields. That's all you need to know about seeding. Okay. Well, let's do another couple of rows, or better yet, shall we carry on and do this whole field? But I do like the way the map changes to show you, like when you're doing seeding work, it changes to show you, yes, I've seeded that bit of the field and there's all that bit of the field unseeded. I think that would be a great feature for a future future farm sim. Why does the mini map not alter like that? That might be something for me to do a future YouTube video on. Possibly. Instead of having to keep going into the like the main map menu. And again, do a few bits of seeding. We can check the field again in a bit. And we'll be able to hopefully see if the fertilizer's increased. As I've been doing this. Oh, I think on. There we go. We'll unfold it again. Okay. Spreading rate, 500 kilograms per hectare. Don't know if that's... Probably could have done with more phosphate on this field, I think. Looking at that. There was already a lot of nitrogen on the field. So perhaps I didn't need to go with the NPK. I should have just gone with P and K. And even the K was pretty high. I could have done really with more potassium. But obviously that's taken into account the whole field, and I have yet to actually seed and fertilise the whole field. Ooh. There we go. We'll get to the end of the field, we'll be able to lift up, put down, vice versa, all that good stuff. Then we can have a look. Looks like the fertilizers are coming up nicely. Interesting to see, because it looks like in the front there's a line on that last row, like I didn't quite, maybe the contours of the field meant it didn't quite seed that row properly, but maybe it's a visual thing, because certainly on the mini map it shows me as having seeded it. Might just be where the soil's clumped up a bit. Now also, there is an external view. You can actually play the game from external view outside the tractor. As is the case as well that when you're on foot as the farmer, you can play from third person. However, the reason I am not doing so is because I've remapped the controls, obviously, to make the controls more like Farm Sim. I've remapped a lot of the controls, and all the buttons that change the camera views in the game are used via other things now. And unfortunately, the Farm Sim buttons that change camera views are used in this game for different things. For example, R3 on your controller brings up that quick menu. Can't change that. That's hard coded. You can't rebind that. So that's why I haven't got change view enabled on the controller. So I can't go into third person or external camera. Taken quite a bit of time to do this so far. I think everyone will agree. Like saying, I don't know if there is any bigger machinery or equipment in the game once you get into like the full sandbox type thing. Whether they're just giving you all this small stuff for the tutorials, but I would definitely need bigger seeders and planters. I can't be doing with all this small stuff. This small equipment. Not for me. I value my time and my sanity a lot more. Speaking of time and sanity, I need to probably probably look at updating my server, Fallout server. I was seeding. I wasn't sure if I was seeding or not, but I am. Again, all the growth bars are moving up. Getting the right amount of chemicals put down. Still so much of this field that needs doing though. Ooh, that's breaking news. Sorry, a bit distracted because I've just had notifications on my phone. Completely different subject, not game related at all, but for those of you that like your that follow football, Liverpool and Man United are in talks to join brand new European Premier League. Apparently, there is a £4.6 billion finance project going on where basically the top teams from England, France, Germany, Italy and Spain will form a new league. Like I say, Liverpool and Man U are going to be the English teams involved in that. They've decided. I guess this is coming off the back of the recent failed big picture aspect. It definitely sounds very much like basically clubs like Liverpool, Man U are fed up of the English football, and they want to be in a situation where they're making way more money than what they're currently getting, and they want more power and control over football. So them leaving the regular old football league and joining this like breakaway European one comes as no surprise. Certainly to me it doesn't. We tried that many years ago, if you remember. There was was it the European Super League, I think it was called. There was talks about that happening many years ago. It was about the same time that I think it was Rupert Murdoch was trying to buy the club, which then got blocked by for whatever. I can't remember who blocked the takeover bid, but I think it was deemed as like anti-competitive laws and things like that, because obviously he owned Sky and Sky Football, and I think the fear was that if he took over Man U, then Man U would end up having its own TV rights, and all Man U's matches were going to be on their own channel. I mean, which is one of the reasons why MU TV was launched, because I believe that was the plan. They wanted to show all their matches on their own channel to their own subscribers, but they were stopped from doing it. And then obviously once they realised that was going to be a no-go, I think Murdoch pulled out of the plans to take over the team, because it was like, well, he's not going to be able to make the money back that he wanted to make from it, sort of thing. I think there was a lot of complaints from the other clubs, because they were like, well, hang on a minute, if we're playing Man U and they've got they're showing the match on their own TV channel and getting paid for it because of the people who have to pay to view the MU TV channel, do they get any money? Do the clubs that we were playing against, were they going to receive any of the money? And I think that was the thing. I think Man U were like, no. And they're like, well, it takes two teams to have a match, so unless you're sharing the profits with the clubs you're playing against, they weren't interested. Yeah, that's big news. And apparently, reading this article, I've just skimmed through it very quickly. An announcement is expected to be made as early as the end of this month. It's nice. Australia set to open F1's 2021 calendar. Okay. So F1 will return to Australia in March, F1 21 to open the season, because they plan on having a more familiar calendar next year in Formula 1. And the heavily coronavirus impacted calendar that we've had this year, where we've mostly just had European races. Although, to be fair, I haven't minded that, because honestly, I think the fact that we've had European races and it's been a season of European races is pretty cool. I am actually really enjoying that, because I think the European races are better than some of these other tracks that they go to just purely for political and commercial reasons that don't actually make good races and viewing. So although I would like to see obviously a longer and more traditional calendar next year in Formula One, I would certainly like to keep some of the current circuits that we've raced on this year next year, and maybe avoid going to some of the circuits that we have in the past, drop some of them. Whether the owners of Formula One have got the balls to do it is a different matter. You know, to turn around to tracks like, say, Monaco and go, you know what, we're not coming back to you. You don't provide an interesting and exciting race for the fans. And you've got your history and you've got your, you know, sentimentality, but that's about all you've got. And like I say, some of these other countries where we go to for races where they basically, we only go there because they pay a lot of money to have a race there. But again, their circuits and tracks aren't great for racing on and don't provide good viewing. I hope we avoid some of those. Some of those Asian races, you know, places like Singapore, countries like that, I wouldn't want to return to. I wouldn't want to see return to a Formula One calendar. You know, I know we should have gone to Vietnam this year, but from what I saw of the Vietnam circuit in the F1 2020 game, I kind of don't want to go there. It looks crap. I've nearly finished seeding this whole field, so I might as well carry on. I've probably missed a row again, I think. I have indeed. Must admit, this type of seeding, the texture of the field after it's seeded is not as distinguishable from the, like you say, the soil. It's not easy to see at a glance what you've seeded and what you haven't. Could do with being a little bit more noticeable, but most of the actual soil textures and the graphics on the soil I do quite like in this game. There's just needs to be a little bit more separation. I mean, you can obviously now with the lighting in the right place, I can see a difference, a much clearer difference between seeded and unseeded. But in some, like I say, in some conditions, when you're in the wrong place, if you like, it's not so easy to tell. And again, it's made worse by the fact that you can't always, like when you're trying to when you're turning around, because the equipment's so small, it's very easy to get yourself on the wrong lane. Very easy to get yourself on the wrong lane. There we go. Getting our barley seed planted. Dum, dum, dum. There we go. Is that row done? Yeah, we want to be on this row now. Be interesting to see if that Super League thing does take off though in football. Would be awesome. Like I say, the big clubs would definitely be getting bigger and richer as a result. I like in the article there, I was just reading it, picking up on bits I missed when I first skimmed through it. I like the fact that it says that the founding clubs would be ineligible to be relegated from the league 20 years. So a club like Man U, who would be a founding club, would not be able to be relegated from that Super League for 20 years, which is a win-win for them. Obviously, big money. Big money. Especially when you're going to be then playing matches against teams like Barca, Real, Bayern, Dortmund, you know, PSG every week. It's definitely going to change your tendencies once fans are allowed back in football. So what, we've not done too badly. We've nearly got this field finished. Like I say, we've got some fertilised out. Obviously could have done with a lot heavier phosphate. Much richer phosphate mix on this field would have been appreciated. But again, you don't know, do you? You don't know until you look at the field. You don't know what it actually needs putting in the soil. But we can have a look at that. We can get that rectified. We can spray some stuff on it. If this was like sandbox mode to balance that out a bit more. That road, we want to be on this road. There we go, fast forwarding. Results speak for themselves. Fertilization basics is the next one then. Right, let's learn about proper fertilization. Which you can do with obviously slurry and manure and things like that, as well as chemicals. You do have the option. I think the game's crashed. Oh, I heard something go. Dee-dee-dee-dee. in the background. USB device signaler. Okay. That was something USB device. He went la la then. Fertilizers are especially effective on plant growth. A specific target range is always important here. Too little or too much fertilizer and the plant will grow slowly or not at all. Most fertilizers contain, among other ingredients, 3 main nutrients: nitrogen, phosphate or potassium. Each crop type has different requirements in terms of the nutrients available in the soil. For example, while field grass ideally needs approximately 300 kilograms of potassium per hectare, wheat only needs approximately 160 kilograms per hectare. Right, so you've got to make sure your spray rate is correct as well for the crop. These are various types of fertilizer which differ in their consistency and spreading method. Farm produced fertilizer, e.g. cattle slurry or digestate, mineral fertilizer which is injected in pellet form, or liquid fertilizer which is sprayed onto the plants directly using field sprayers. Different fertilizer types also have different ingredients. With artificial fertilizers you can even specifically bump up 1 or 2 of the NPK levels. Right. First, let's look at a field and its current land values. This is done in the field menu. So you open the field menu, you go to the field screen. This menu shows you all the details about your field. You can see the current fertilization here and compare it to the reference. Okay. Spring barley. Maize will be grown in this field later. You select the crop you want to plant. So we're going to select maize. Growth factors contain all the key information about the nutrient supply for your crops. The bar indicates the status compared with the set crop reference. The quantity on the bar shows the average across the whole field. If you have already planted a crop in the field, the crop reference is set automatically. However, as we haven't planted anything yet, we need to set the reference ourselves. Okay, so nitrogen is that one. We need to tab across. Throughout their growing season, plants consume the nutrients in the soil and then convert them into biomass with the help of water and plenty of light and air. At the start of growth, you should ensure that the plants have sufficient nutrients for their entire growth cycle, with 1 or 2 doses of fertilizer. Marker indicates the respective quantity of each nutrient in the field. The farther into the green, or the further into the green area it is, the better the plants will grow. Avoid adding too few nutrients to the field, however, or you will have to refertilize frequently. Try to use the right quantity of fertilizer where possible. A good guide is to get the level to the end of the green area. If you spread more, the field would be over-fertilized, which can cause problems with plant growth and the environment. Yes, so don't use too much fertilizer, is what it's saying. So nitrogen, 55 kilograms per hectare for corn. As with other field properties, fertilizer can be viewed using a heat map of the field. For this, activate the eye icon next to the field. After a short calculation period, the map will show you the current nutrient status. The status will also appear on the mini-map. The display will be regularly updated while this visualization is activated. This means you always have an overview of the quantity you have spread. Okie dokie. The current status of the field says we have an average of 50 kilograms of nitrogen, 20 kilograms of phosphate and 50 kilograms of potassium per hectare. If we look at the crop reference for maize, the quantity of fertilizer in the field is much too low. A total of 195 kilograms of nitrogen, 86 kilograms of phosphate and 193 kilograms of potassium is needed per hectare. If we now subtract the fertilisation present in the field from the expected values, another 145 kilos of nitrogen, 66 kilograms of phosphate and 143 kilograms of potassium per hectare are still needed. We now know how much fertiliser we still need in the field, so the aim now is to spread the missing amounts of nitrogen, phosphate and potassium. A suitable fertiliser that contains approximately the required proportions in the missing quantities should be selected. For this, we consult the fertiliser calculator. This is the bit that obviously I was mentioning earlier, where players get a little bit upset, the fact that you have to use this computer and it's really, really small. The fertiliser calculator is used to calculate the quantity required for the target NPK levels. As previously calculated, we are missing approximately 145 kilograms of nitrogen, 66 kilos of phosphate and 143 kilos of potassium. The quantities therefore follow a ratio of 5:5, so we should look for a fertiliser with the approximate ratio. So yeah. Right, scroll left twice through the fertilisers to sewage sludge. There. Scroll left once to the percentages under quantity show NPK content of 18%, 16%, 0.2%. That corresponds roughly to a ratio of approximately 2 to 1.5 to 0. Unfortunately, this does not fit with the levels missing in the field because it barely contains any potassium. Let's look at the next fertiliser. Scroll left once to BP digestate. Okay, that's wrong because that's not right. BP digestate is there. The BP digestate shows NPK levels of 0.6%, 0.3% and 0.5%. So a ratio of 6:3:5. So we're close to the 5:2:5 ratio, but let's see if we can do better. 6:3:5. Right. So let's see if we can go. Let's go to bull slurry, which I think was back this way, which is 4.8. So nearly 5. 5 to 5. Okay. Confirm with continue. So that is the best fertilizer. Right. Set the quantity to 30,000 kilos. Or can we type in the box? Really? There's no fast way of doing that? There, we can change it there then. Right, that's 30,000. That gives us 144 kilos, 65.99 kilos, and 162 kilos. We now see the NPK quantities that would be distributed with the set output rate in the right-hand panel. We now know the fertilizer type and spread rate. The machine can be set and spreading can begin. Right. All fertilizers have the option of setting the spread rate. This allows you to ensure you're putting the right amount of fertilizer in the field. You should set the spread rate accordingly based on the fertilizer, field condition and crop to ensure the ideal ratio. Alright, switch to the booms. So, and then we need to go to spray rate. Set the spray rate to 30,000 litres. Come on. There. Perfect. Turn on the slurry wagon. Apparently I can't do from my buttons. Fertilise the lane. Right, so we'll put the double double on. Auto steer we'll put on. The minimap shows the heat map for the nutrient visualization selected in the menu. Okie dokie, so you can see it's gone like a light greeny colour now, as opposed to blue. Now look at both the NPK levels and the nitrogen heat map. The rise in the average value is clearly visible. Okay. It may be that there is no perfect fertilizer for a field's ratio. When this happens, you sometimes have to fertilize multiple times with different fertilizer types to specifically increase the individual nutrients, N, P or K level. In the following example, our field has a nitrogen and phosphate deficit. Additional potassium fertilization is not needed. Right. Open the field menu. As in the first part, look at the current average levels for the field. Nitrogen and phosphate are both in the lower range. Wheat has recently been planted in this field, so it is already selected as the crop reference. Okay. If we compare the field levels to the reference levels, 70 kilos of nitrogen, 95 kilos of phosphate per hectare appear to be missing. Now we need to find the right fertilizer types and quantities again. Right, okay. So again, we have to go to the computer, unfortunately. Look at our... Scroll through the fertilizers then to NPK MP 12.7. I'm not able to click. And now that's better. Right. MP 12.27. MP 12.27. And that's got 12% nitrogen and 27% phosphate. We need approximately 280 kilos. Right. Select urea solution as the second fertilizer. Select UAN 28 urea. Right. N. UAN 28 fertilizer. UAN. Oh, no. What do I need? Leave that one on that one. And now select this one. Since we need a total nitrogen quantity of 120 kilos, so 70 kilos is missing. You need to supply around we add 100 kilos, we get 35.8 kilos. The total of the two fertilizers brings us to our largest nitrogen and phosphate content. Now it's time to spread the first load. For that, we use the Raunch Axis 30.1W fertilizer spreader. Open the radial menu. Switch to the Raunch. Set spread rate 275 kilos. There. Turn on the spreader. Close the radial menu. We will set the auto steer. Then we will turn on and we'll begin fertilizing the first track. Probably allowed to do fertilizing a little bit faster, I would think. Yeah, I can see from the this whole fertilizer process why some people are complaining about it being way too complicated. For a game to calculate and apply fertilizer to a field. Right, we also want to spread the liquid fertilizer on the field. The spread rate should be set again just like the fertilizer. So open the radial menu, switch to that. Switch to that. Right, we need to set the spread rate. Set the spread rate to 100 kilos per hectare. The thing I would like to know is, how do you know what the spread rate should be? Just out of for pure curiosity reasons. Driving too fast, I was. Driving too fast. So you can see it's going like from dark blue to a pale blue to a very bright light blue, pastel blue to a Congratulations, now you know how to fertilise your fields correctly, and remember to always give your crops an adequate supply of nutrients at the start of the growth cycle to prevent unnecessary passes over the field in subsequent phases. Wherever possible, also try to use the right fertiliser to keep costs and any negative impact on the plants and environment to a minimum without losing any potential. Right. The next certificate tutorial, bull slurry. Right, let's do bull slurry, shall we? There are 7 tutorials in the fertilization section. That's a lot of tutorials. And then scenarios are where it basically says, right, take the information you've learned in your tutorial and do a whole field from start to finish. This tutorial shows you how to operate the Stappel VT 1800 slurry wagon and how to fill it from the slurry store in your barn and how to spread the slurry on the field. Right. Attach the Stappel slurry wagon. Use a nice class tractor for this. Where's the hose system? Yeah, I kind of need to reverse into that a bit better. a lot harder to do in first person. I'm not going to lie. There. Drive to the barn pump, which is 65 metres away. Around the back of the building. Right, select slurry. Slurry. Start. Bull slurry in fact consists mainly of water, approximately 90%. Unlike sewage sludge, it has much higher nutrient levels, particularly nitrogen and potassium. In addition, it is produced organically. This also means the costs of spreading are lower than with other artificial fertilizers. Due to the high water content, we apply much greater quantities compared with synthetic fertilizers. The hoses are automatically connected during the loading process and are disconnected again at the end. So no having to manually plug in hoses. No manual attaching required. That's all good. And once it's full, we can just drive off to the field that needs to be slurry spreaded. All right. Drive to field 13. Right. Field 13, we must go. I think it's going to be a fairly narrow field, this one, don't you? It brakes a couple of times. Hold out the boom. Done. Open the radial menu. Switch to the booms. Set spray rate to 80 kilos. No, 35. 35,000. Let's put on the old auto steer. There we go. Been a while to kick on, doesn't it? You can activate the visualization in the fertilizer menu. Raise the booms. There we go. Turn on to the second track. Let's do that. Let's put the fertilizer menu on. Wow, it gets through it very quick. Fertilization completed. Right. Pellet fertilization. That's the next tutorial. As part of our fertilization certificate that we need to get. Pellets all over the field. There are various different types of artificial fertilizer. Granulated fertilizer in this case, with a broad spectrum in terms of content. There is fertilizer available that contains particular nutrients for virtually any requirement. For example, there is K60, which contains approximately 60% potassium, or NPK 15-15-15, which contains an even mix of nitrogen, phosphate and potassium. Our field currently has a phosphate deficiency and we urgently need to refertilise. The nitrogen and potassium levels are good, however, so we need a fertiliser type with high levels of phosphate and a low nitrogen and potassium content. Triple super phosphate is a good match. So let's drive to the fertiliser boxes. And we've got our little spreader on, look. So super triple phosphate is what we're going for. Right, so we're going to select the super triple super phosphate. We're going to fill out super triple mega phosphate spreader thing, which is going to have 3,000 litres of super triple phosphate in it. and then we'll see what goes into this machine. More specifically, do with fertilizing. Wants me to drive to field 48, does it? Have we got enough? I think I'm going to just fill it. For the benefits of the tutorial, I think I'm going to fill it. So I suppose technically for the people who aren't very savvy, or the people who struggle to do maths, what I suppose you could do is just apply the individual fertilizers to the field one at a time to get your bars up if you don't know how to calculate which fertilizer gives you the correct variation of the three. Obviously it'll take you longer to do that, and it's probably more expensive to do that, but if that's how it works for you and how you can actually do it, that's fine. I'm guessing. Definitely got plenty in there. Hello, Carl. The mini-map's not quite accurate, I don't think, to some of these fields. Maybe it is, because it says there's a road running across here. All fertilizer spreaders have the option of setting the spread rate. This allows you to ensure you're putting the right amount of fertilizer in the field. You should set the spread rate accordingly based on the fertilizer, field condition and crop to ensure ideal plant growth. Go to the spreader. Set the spread rate to 350 kilos per hectare. Set the working width to 30 meters. Yeah. Close the radial menu. For a better overview of the area, you can activate the visualization in the field menu. If you don't yet know how that works, complete the fertilization basics tutorial. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to set our field for it's the superphosphate that we are planting. I am going to put on my working width is, we agreed 30 meters. was going too fast. Good evening, Mr. Helgi. Is it evening? It's not evening. It's only just gone 3 o'clock, Mr. Helgi. It's still afternoon to me. Look at that, look. Broke the field, look. There's a great big dark blue patch where I failed to... I went too fast. Pretty much, although this thing gives you... Although this this game gives you 3 different levels of cruise control, I have found pretty much for most of the work so far, I only need... You can only use the first level. All the other modes are too fast. So you might as well do everything at the first fertilization. You might as well do everything at the first speed. Cruise control. If you use the second or third or whatever, you'll always be going far too fast. I suppose the other cruise controls are great if you're on the road and you're just driving from location to location. But from what I've seen of actual working on the fields, you need to use cruise control 1, which is either going to be 7.5 kilometers an hour or 8 kilometers an hour, depending on which tractor the game gives you. Or if it's 2 tractors that are available. The Deutschfahrer or the class. But my super triple super phosphate is being applied to the field perfectly. So this will give me my super triple super phosphate certificate after completing this field, which is very nice. You like the tram tracks that I will be making? What tram tracks? Well, am I making ruts in the field? Am I making marks with my tyres? Am I not using crop-friendly tyres? Stop. I have stopped. Let's skip the last few tracks and see the effect the fertilization actually has on the growth of the plants. Let's skip the last few tracks. If we look at the mini-map, kids, I think there's only 1 track to go. It's not like we're really skipping a lot, is it? The results speak for themselves, do they? Maize has sprouted well in the fertilised parts, and plants in the unfertilised parts have not developed as well. As you can see, you haven't used all the fertiliser. You can store the leftover fertiliser at the farm to use later. To do so, first drive to the farm. How about I get out the tractor and have a look at how... Okay. Oh, no, I'm still spreading fertiliser everywhere, apparently. I'm still chucking fertiliser everywhere. Let's get rid of that message. So yeah, obviously then, because I didn't fertilise the last row, it's 1 step behind the growth of the rest of the field. That makes sense. You have lots of fertiliser left. I do, Mr. Helgi. That's because I filled the entire machine up. I know the tutorial probably only asked me to put so many litres in, but I figured fill it up, why not? Now I get to drive back to the farm and fill up the pallets, which is great if I ever need to use super triple super phosphate ever again. Otherwise I am gonna have a lot of fertilizer taking up a pallet space. And then I'm like, I can't put any other pallets on my pallets. But yes, I've done all the seeding tutorials so far today. I've now commenced the fertilising tutorials. One day soon, I imagine I'll get to harvesting. Oh boy. They like to the game, the developers definitely want to take their time before they let you loose on the game, to let you just go mad on your own. They really want to they want you to take the time to learn absolutely everything about the game and about real farming, so that you can, you know, be a real farmer one day, having played this game, because you'll have learned so much valuable knowledge that you can apply in the real world. Oh, I'm not filling up on my pallets today. Right, okay. We're going somewhere else, kids, to empty our cedar. Going into this building? Oh, that's not very good, is it? Let's see now. Only 10 people will be left that went through all the tutorials, and quite possibly. Right, let's do the unloading. It's going to take forever to unload that. And again, as I found earlier with the seeding, if you get out of the tractor to have a walk round, it stops unloading. So you've just got to sit here. You've just got to sit here and wait for it to empty. But yeah, it seems a bit weird that you put your fertiliser in a silo. It's a bit weird. Good luck getting a seeder in here if you want to fill a seeder up with the same stuff. It's raining as well, apparently. I haven't yet seen any weather as I've been doing any jobs. It's always been nice and sunny. Seeder fertiliser combination. You see, I feel I've already done that, because when I did one of the seeding jobs, I filled my seeder up with fertiliser, didn't I? So I feel like I've already done the seeder fertiliser combination. Be nice if the game recognised that you'd already done it earlier. Then the next part of the certificate for fertilising is liquid fertiliser. So this is spraying. Let's see. Spraying with a boom sprayer. You did these yesterday. Yeah. You've played it. You've played this game a lot more than me, Mr. Helgi. You've put more hours in so far. I've been trying to get the controls right for me. That's the thing. I've spent more time trying to get the controls set up properly. And there are some controls you can't rebind, like R3, because R3 in this game opens this radial menu thing. Can't rebind that. That's like hard coded in the game. Now, obviously, in Farm Sim, when you press the oh, I've moved in my chair. I've moved my seat forward. Oh no! Oh, flip. That's not what I wanted to do at all. I've spun my chair around and I'm driving the wrong way now. We'll spin that back. So yeah, obviously in Farm Simulator, when you press R3, that changes your camera view. And that's what gives you the difference between first person and external out of tractor. I can't set that up in this game because I can't do it. Because R3 is hard bound to that. And I can't remember. L3 is obviously also what brings up your cursor mode to be able to click on things, your interactive control system. And again, it's a little bit annoying that I can't rebind that to what I use in Farm Simulator. And because I've rebound many of the controls, this quick bar on the bottom of the screen is completely useless to me, because I can't put anything on that because it would clash with what I've changed. Because, like, for example, right button and square turns my engine on and off. Right button and B does whatever it does. Right, we need to load. What do we need to load? Is it only going to give me the one option? Yeah, so I don't have to worry. I can only pick one type of fertilizer. The mirror is moving, isn't it? The mirror? $480 litres only. Is that all in it? See, I just keep filling these things full. I just keep filling them up to the full. And driving, the mirror is moving. Oh yeah, the mirrors show you what's happening in the background, same as in Farm Sim. The mirrors are real. But just like Farm Sim, I find the mirrors are a bit useless because they don't point exactly where you want them. I don't know if you can adjust them or not in this game. Probably can. You can. Trouble is I can't see where I'm going now. So you can adjust all the mirrors. Ah, I see. That's pretty clever in this game then. Can't do that in Farm Sim. You can't adjust the mirrors in Farm Sim, which means a lot of the mirrors on vehicles in Farm Sim are completely useless. Completely useless and pointless. My rear view mirror doesn't show a lot though. I'm gonna get to do some spraying now. Oh. Open the radial menu. Change to the sprayer. Set the spray rate to 400 kilos per hectare. Hold out the sprayer. Turn on the sprayer. Height limitation. Lower the booms. Activate slope compensation. Turn on the sprayer. Put it on auto steer. Activate cruise control. We're spraying. Spraying. Also, I've not activated the heat map in the mini map, which would show me how well I'm fertilizing. And I can probably do that. I'm about to drive into some bushes. Please do not let there be collisions. Turn off the sprayer. Left button and X. Turn on to the second track. What have I hit? Drive onto the field. Activate the sprayer. Activate the cruise control. And we're fertilizing. Yeah, if I quickly go into this menu, click on the field, click on owned, click on there, hit the old map, changes the map so I can see that I've sprayed the whole field properly. I do like the fact that the mini map, when you do activate your field work, does change to show you what you've done. I would love that to be in Farm Sim. You know, the mini map in Farm Sim to do that. You know, I would like Farm Sim to borrow some parts of this game and put it in Farm Sim. I'm not worried about too much like the real mud physics and stuff like that. I don't really care for all of that business because obviously the game's meant to be fun, and if your tractors and vehicles are getting stuck all the time, that's not really fun. But there are certain little things like the different seeds for different crops. I like that aspect of Cattle and Crops. Wish Farming Sim had it as default. Different fertilizers, I would like that as well in Farm Sim. I think that would be quite fun. And I'm going to smash my booms on that tree. That's a good point. How am I supposed to do this bit then, people? Because I don't want to drive onto the crop. I'm stuck again on something. It's another tree. I'm stuck on another tree. Can I fold the booms? Honestly, it's just easier to fold it and unfold it again. Don't spray though. Don't spray. You waste my spray. Slope compensation is active. Spray rate is fine. We are all good. Activate the cruise control. And then activate the sprayer. Yeah. This field has been fertilized. Apparently complete, even though there's a whole strip there that hasn't been done. You've completed the certificate in fertilizing. Oh, brilliant. Next tutorial. Fresh grain. Right, we're on to harvesting then. I'm gonna be a flipping master of this game by the time I'm finished. By the time I've done all these tutorials, I'm gonna be a professional farmer. Give me a field and a tractor and I'll be able to go and do it for real. In this tutorial, you will drive a combine harvester, the Class Tucano 570, and a Class Vario 930 cutter bar to a grain field. There you will thresh the headland and optionally the rest of the field. So let's get into combine harvester. Right. Let us attach our header. Put the Class Vario header on its bar trolley. This is the bit that Mr. Helgi got wrong, and then it crashed his game. That to me looks like it's on. Apparently I need to make my harvester fly in the air to be able to connect to the bar trolley. Well, that's not very good because now I can't see. Now I've done something stupid, look. I've zoomed out. now me view's gone really fisheye. Got no way of seeing where it is from here. Let me jump out. Right, I need to have a look. I need to get a bit more that way. There, got it. Drive to field 21. Use the cheat view anyways. I can't use the cheat view, Mr. Helgi, because I've remapped the buttons and I don't have a button that changes the view. I am stuck permanently in first person. I cannot change the camera view to external because I can't map the button. Not map a button to do it. I can probably scroll in and out though using the mouse wheel. That's about as much as I can do view wise. So when I play cattle and crops, I'm going to have to get used to the fact that I'm going to have to do everything in first person. Which is then why when I play Farm Sim, I exclusively play Farm Sim in third person now. Don't drive in, and it separates the two experiences completely for me. Good luck with first person. Well, it's not going to be too difficult. Shouldn't imagine. You basically do the same as you do in other games anyway. So once you get to the field, you put on your GPS. Problem solved. Drive to the edge of the field. Attach the cutter bar trolley. Okay. Attach the cutter bar. There we go. Changing gears. It wants me to go over there now. Right, okay. You're going to harvest this field the wrong way because your pipe's going to be in the crop. Bad game. Bad game. Opening the tank hatch, folding the swath deposit in and out, starting up the GPS module optional. These modules can all be controlled individually from the radio menu. They can be activated together with the fold out and fold in commands to save time. Oh. So we need to wait. Turn on the threshing system. Lower the cutter bar. Harvest the first track. Right, so we've got the GPS. Perfect. All that's set correctly. Everything else is currently okay. Residue spreader. Straw spreader is in the chopping position. Straw spreader is active. Open, close the tank hatch. Beacon lights, we'll turn the beacon lights on. This is brilliant. I'm so excited. I'm harvesting. Let's go a bit slower though, we was getting a bit carried away there. You can see the crop coming in, look. Harvest the first track. I'm harvesting the first track. Look at me getting all the corn, getting all the wheat, all the barley, or whatever crop this is. I am professional farmer now. I am fully qualified. I can't see if I'm swarstroughing or not because I can't look behind me. But at the end of the day, who needs to look behind you? You're not going to crash into what's behind you. You're only going to crash into what's in front of you. Now turn left to continue threshing along the edge of the field. Then reverse to the right to perform a 3-point turn. Turn left. And reverse right, it said. There we go. So lower the cutter bar, activate a bit of the old cruisy control, and we will harvest our second row. Hey presto. Oh, he's missed bits, look, he's missed bits. He's missed bits down the side edge of the field. I wish that display in the vehicles would actually show you something relevant rather than just saying cattle and crops, the farming experience. I wish it would show you all the information and stuff. Again, coming from somebody who watches the likes of Millennial Farmer, Welker Farms and that on YouTube, it would be nice if that showed you like the amount and quality of the crop coming into the machine. So that you have to obviously adjust your harvester. Right, we're going to turn on our we're in the swath deposit position. You can now see the combine harvester now deposits the stalks as swath after a few meters. I can't because I can't see behind me. I'll take your word for it, game. I will take your word that there is a straw swath behind me. because I can't look behind me. Where's the guy that's going to pick the straw up? Where's my Mr. Helgi straw collector? What button do I press to activate the Mr. Helgi straw collector? Hey, what button is that? We definitely need the Mr. Helgi straw collector mod for this game. Speaking of games and Mr. Helgi, have you been on the server today yet, Mr. Helgi? No. Okie dokie. You're working. Good. Would you, and this is a question, would you object? Would you have any objections to me updating a mod or two on the server? You can do that. Okie dokie. What about the map? Would you object to me updating the map? I know that's the worst one to have to re-download all the time. The reason for updating the map is that obviously the bunker at the farm that does the alfalfa silage doesn't work properly. It loses all for some reason, whatever you tip into it, when you have squished it and fermented it, you're only getting like small percentage back out, and it's like that really does not work. That's not going to work. So basically what I've done is I've reset that bunker back to just doing normal silage in both channels, because it doesn't seem to like doing different products in different channels, or at least I can't get it to do it that way. So I've reset it back in my test folder to doing silage in both channels, and then for alfalfa silage I think we'll just use the silo. Hold out the cutter bar. I did that. Drive alongside the trailer. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh. There is a silo for doing alfalfa silage, and I reckon I could just buy that and place it next to the bunker. Oh, no, that's me crashed. I'm guessing my pipe is over. There we go. Pipe out. activate the discharge pipe screw. It's that button there. Don't know if I'm filling the trailer or not. Hold the pipe in. Press the wrong button there. So I can either finish harvesting or I can skip to the end of the tutorial. What the heck? Dresh-field 30. What's that? That is also something else that this game definitely needs to fix. It keeps going into like German when it shouldn't be, because obviously I'm not German. It would be nice if they put like English. Keep pressing the wrong button. I need to go in with. Why is that doing that? Stop! I want to go backwards, you stupid game. Yeah, I want to reverse. This is going to be a bad row because I'm not lined up. I'm not lined up properly. He's missing bits of the field. He's not lined up properly. Or his auto width isn't right. Or maybe I just didn't start on the correct lane. I didn't come down the right lane of the field. The GPS needs some the GPS needs some track numbers, I think. Like in Farm Sim, so you know which line you're on. There we go, that's good. Yeah, it's because I didn't line up with the field properly. I didn't line up on the right row. I can see my straw that I've dropped. I've dropped my straw. Doesn't do the edges of the fields very good. That's a bit disappointing. Be nice if I could tell that Johnny No Star sat over there in the tractor to come and unload me. I'm going to go around the edge of the field. I'm going to harvest all the bits that it's missed. The trouble is you've got to keep fighting. When you're trying to do this bit, you've got to keep fighting against the auto steer. Because I haven't turned off the GPS, obviously, and GPS wants to auto steer at this point in time. Because you've got to harvest every bit, otherwise the yield, you know? Not be missing bits. Can't afford to miss bits. Especially after you've gone to all the trouble of putting all the different fertilizers on the field to have the crop grow, and calculated all the different fertilizers you need and the correct amounts and all that business, you know? That's obviously the fun bit of the game that everybody loves to play. Fertilizer Calculator Simulator. Everybody's looking forward to having fun with that aspect. Change gear. Change gear. So I have a button to change between forward and backwards, reverse and forward gears, because that's the only way I can seem to get the brake to work in the game. If I don't have manual gears, I can't slow a vehicle down. It's a weird bug. Again, I hope the developers can fix it in time. Field fatigue. Field fatigue. The field is fatigue. Apparently I don't own any of this. I don't own this field. So I'm stealing somebody else's crop. We're stealing somebody else's crop. That's fine. It'll be okay. Still got my beacons flashing. So out of interest, does anybody know what the keyboard button is to change your camera? You. Obviously it would be C, because that would make the most logical sense. To have C be the button that makes you go to third person. So how do I call the tractor to me? Do I need to put the pipe out and then it will automatically come? There he is. He's parked over there, look. There he is. He's moved. Well, I best remember then is not to have the pipe in the crop. Tell you what, if he automatically drives and unloads me, then that is something that Farming Simulator definitely need to get on. They definitely need to get on and add that feature to Farm Sim, where the guy will automatically come and empty you. Something's going on a bit. My guy's not holding the steering wheel. Do you see that? He's like, he's doing this, look. There's my wheel on the camera, and yet his hands are up here. Whoa, steady, 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 Eddie. Right, I suppose I best do this bit of the field first, where he's missed loads. Can I harvest the bushes? It'd be nice if I could combat harvest the bushes. And get them out of the way. Wow, my dude is like harvesting like really fast. Well, I'd probably put him in the wrong cruise control. That's like speed harvesting, that was speed harvesting. Not to be confused with speed seeding. That's better, that's more the usual harvesting speed that I'm familiar with. I'm just waiting to see if this guy actually does come and unload me. Oh, he's moving, he's moving. Mind blown. Motorcycle wanker. But I tell you what, the AI in this game is impressive. I do like the AI workers in this game then. I need to hit that button thingy. Wrong button. Wrong button. No. No, I've messed it all up. I broke it. I've broken the tractor. Follow me. Yeah, he's done a follow. This is follow me. Perfect. Perfectly follow me. This is exact demonstration of what follow me does in Farm Sim. He's driven across the front of the tractor. He's blocked me. What an asshole. Now he's going to drive all through the crop and he's going to cause crop destruction. Well done. Well done, you genius. You fucking genius. At least in this game, the AI workers do crop destruction. So yeah, you really don't want the AI to mess up, do you? Because they will fuck your fields up. They will fuck your fields up. Anti-crop AI, yeah. In this game, definitely anti-crop AI. How do you get the scenarios? I've not actually got to that stage yet. I'm still working through the individual tutorials. So I need to do all the individual tutorials first, get all the certificates, and then I believe that is when you get the that's when you get to do the scenarios, because it won't let you do a scenario until you've done the tutorials and certificates that the scenario requires. Oh, he's going to miss crop again. Oh, he's just magically. Yeah, see, he's not quite. The auto whip's not quite right. If this was Farm Sim and GPS, I would have made it smaller. This is why this is a good example of why in Farm Sim I always make my working whip with the GPS smaller than the actual tool I'm using, so it doesn't miss bits and you get a bit of an overlap. I mean, I guess I could do that with this by going like that. Which would then be perfect. Well, that kind of works well. Because like I say, especially when you're harvesting on uneven terrain, it tends to miss bits of the field look. There will be bits for me to go back and get if I wanted to. Don't really. Keep pressing the wrong button when I want to change gear. I keep pressing left button, right button, not left button. To be moonwalking a bit. Good luck getting more patches or updates. Oh, yeah. Well, you like to think that now that the game is in its actual released form, they will give you updates. They will update it going forward. It's just whether or not they can update it more regularly, because obviously during early access, the number of updates that came for it were very slow. And, you know, there was, you know, months and months and months before you got an update. I know the team that makes this game is really small. But there are definitely things that they do need to add. For a start, they need to add the missions back to the career mode. Why they've taken the missions out, I don't know. I would love to know how I get the game back into English. Because it's stuck in German now. Right, grain chaser bin operator is the next tutorial. So now I get to be grain cart driver. As we know from our previous experiences, the
rule number 1 to driving grain cart: it's always your fault.
And add the promised Kickstarter base. See, I don't know enough about the game because I literally bought this game in May of this year, so I don't understand everything that went on with the initial crowdfunding Kickstarter aspect of it, and I'm not going to get involved in all that. I'm not going to go and look into all that stuff. I'm just looking purely at the game now as a released version 1. The game is no longer early access. It's a released product, and where they're taking the game from, where they're taking the game to from this point, and what they're going to be doing with the game, you know, as of now. Everything that's happened before with the game, I kind of don't care about. My opinion based on 1.1, I mean, it's hard to say at the moment because obviously I am literally just working through the tutorials. I haven't even gone into career mode. I haven't gone into sandbox. I'm literally doing the tutorials first, then the scenarios to make sure I've got access to all the equipment, and then I can go into the career mode or the sandbox and then obviously experience the game in a free open environment. The one thing I will say is, if what I have seen and what I have read on the forum regarding the lack of contracts, the lack of missions in career mode because they've been removed, it kind of makes you wonder what career mode is all about. Because if you can't do jobs for other farmers on other fields, then how do you progress? How do you earn money? Initially, when you don't have a lot of fields, and you need to obviously earn money whilst you're waiting for your fields to, you know, be seeded, harvested, etc. Kind of feels a bit like start from scratch mode in Farm Simulator, but with no option of doing contracts or missions for the AI farmers, which would make that really difficult in the early going. And it's Luke Duke. Thank you for the follow. It's Luke Duke. Drive to field 21. Okie dokie. I'm here at field 21-ish. There's a harvester down there somewhere. Drive to the combine harvester and attach the trailer. Unload the combine harvester into the... You need to position the vehicle to the left of it, so the same side as the discharge spout. To do this, reverse towards it in its current track. When you get close enough, or when it's full enough, it will lower the discharge spout. When it does, drive the trailer directly behind it. Very, obviously, very easy to do. Especially while the harvester is sat there, not moving. I assume this is going to teach you how to fill the trailer and then go off and empty it. Into a silo or what have you. Drive to the harbour now. Okie dokie. If you've played Farm Sim, this is natural. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've got thousands of hours in Farm Sim. That's usually the game I play, is Farm Sim, because obviously I am a Giants partner. So, you know, it's effectively kind of my job to play Farm Sim here on Twitch and on YouTube. But people have asked me to have a look at this game in the past, and like I say, I bought it in May when it was still in early access. I didn't play it for more than half an hour because the version that obviously was out in May didn't have controller support, and I didn't fancy trying to bind keys for the game. So I didn't play it, because quite frankly, if I can't play a game with controller, I don't want to play it. The great thing about obviously this version 1 release was that it does have controller support, and it does let you rebind keys. So for me, that's been fantastic, because I've gone through and made all the controller buttons the same as Farm Sims. So it does feel like a natural jump from one game to the other. It's fairly straightforward, because certainly when this game released the other day, I was having lots of problems, because my brain, my muscle memory and everything was just like, you press this button to do this, and it was like completely wrong. You know, how would it? I must admit, this whole loading and unloading system that this game has for vehicles and equipment is a bit weird. Why can't I just press a button to load and unload like in Farm Sim? Why do I have to keep activating cursor mode and all this rubbish? Baling straw. Oh, I get to do some baling now, do I? Gonna get to do baling. Yeah, it's so realistic, you know. It's in real life. If you're driving a tractor with a grain cart, when you get to your unload point, in real life, a box pops up on your windscreen that you then have to move your mouse to and click on to begin unloading. That is so realistic, you know, because in real life you wouldn't just reach down and pull the hydraulic lever to tip the trailer. Would you? No, of course you wouldn't do that. You would have to use your mouse in your tractor, because everybody knows every tractor in real life comes equipped with a mouse. What are my graphic settings? Let's have a look. Graphic settings. I've got full screen. I've got 1080. I've got smart VSync. I've got ultra shadows. I can probably crank the render distance up a bit, I suppose. And the vegetation render distance. Vegetation fading start distance. Let's I probably want to make that smaller. Brightness interface scale is 100. Everything else is on high and ultra. Tessellation. I don't have motion blur on because I hate that. Any motion blur depth of field I always turn off. Is it possible to rebind? Ain't it possible to rebind it? The unloading? Probably. It depends though, because like I say, I only want to play with controller. So obviously there are very limited buttons that you can bind on a controller. And also certain buttons like clicking of the left button and clicking of the right button are fixed. So you kind of can't rebind those. Unload is right button and Y. So why does it not tell me to press that then? I thought I had bound that because that's obviously that's the farm sim button for unloading, which is why I programmed it. I probably want to clear that. Oh, how do I get rid of a keybind? I want to remove that. I want to remove that. Because I'm basically I'm not using the I'm not using these quick slots at all. Because I would sooner bind actual buttons to them. Yeah, you can't rebind the radial menu, which is the button I would normally use for things like changing my camera view. But I can change it using the keyboard button. Field of view. Probably do with increasing that a little bit. Pedestrian multiplier and AI traffic multiplier. So I don't really have a lot of those. Difficulty wise. Right. Let's learn how to do bailing then. Right, we need to... See, I keep wanting to press the wrong button. Keep going. For some reason my brain, again, maybe it's because I play Farm Sim, my brain instantly goes to the right button on the controller. To manage things to do with the vehicle. Right, let's drive to the field. But obviously things I would like to see them add to this game, if they are going to be adding to it, is definitely more crops. You know, wheat, barley and corn is not enough. You know, let's have some beans, let's have some like canola, let's have sunflowers, things like that, you know. Let's have the full complement of crops available to plant and harvest. I'm not so fussed about the animal side of the game, in all honesty. I'm not particularly, you know, when it comes to the animals and stuff, I'm not that fussed about that aspect. So the cows are fine. I just wish they would obviously add cows. At the moment you've only got bulls, so you don't get any milk, anything like that going on in the game. You just get bulls and slurry to worry about. So what crops are standard? You've basically got, in this game, you've got wheat, barley, corn and grass. That's your pretty much your 4 crop types. Wheat, barley and grass. Those are the only things you can plant and harvest. Yeah, blood bank. That's what I've tried to do. I've tried to copy as many keybinds from Farm Sim as possible to this game, but unfortunately this game doesn't let you use certain buttons in this game. It has hard coded, like L3 is how you activate the cursor mode for all your interactive controls, to be able to click on things inside your tractors and inside menus. And R3 is hard coded to bring up this radial menu thing, so you can't use that with any button combinations. So it's a little bit restrictive to be able to bind all the controls. But I've got it close to Farm Sim. I've got it fairly close. As I say, the only real bug that I've had with the game, as far as controls go, I've had to add this manual gear change option, which I'm doing with using the left button and the D-pad. D-pad up basically lets me select forward gear, and then if I hit the D-pad down, I get the option to go into neutral or reverse. So at the moment, when I hit accelerator, obviously I go backwards. If I put it in first gear, I go forwards. The reason I've had to map that is for some reason, and I don't know why it is on my PC, but if I don't have that set up, the brake doesn't work. So when I was playing this the other day, when we got the big release update, I was having a nightmare because literally if I started driving a tractor, I had no way of slowing it down and stopping it because the brake didn't work. So I've had to put this manual gear shifting feature on, which then lets the brake work. So whether there's like some conflict in there as far as the auto reverse feature, because obviously if you've played Farm Sim, everybody knows in Farm Sim you press the accelerator, you accelerate. You press the brake, you slow down. If you're still pressing the brake once you've slowed down and stopped, it then automatically starts going in reverse. So your brake button also acts as your reverse button in Farm Sim. And I believe this game was supposed to have a similar feature, but it doesn't seem to work. So I've had to add the actual manual forward and reverse gears, which is just taking me a little bit of time to get used to. But yes, I have the same button. So right now that says press the D-pad down to get into the tractor. Well, that's not going to work for me because I've changed my keybind. I have to press square now. Drive to the field. Okie dokie, now I get to do some baling. Which should be, I imagine, just as easy as Farm Sim. Just lower the front, unfold the back, switch it on, and just drive like a madman. Put the baler into work mode. So we've got to unfold it. Lower the pickup, exactly the same. And turn on the baler, exactly the same buttons. And now all of a sudden it goes into German again. Pickup has a certain capacity and speed. This means it can collect up to a specific quantity of swath per second. It is extremely important not to drive too fast and so take up too much swath at once. Otherwise the pickup will get jammed. Right, so this is where cruise control is going to be vitally important. See, now I've got the problem of how do I make the cruise control slower? Because 10 miles an hour is too slow. 10 miles an hour is too fast for cruise control 1. So I'm going to have to find a button that will let me change the cruise control speed. See, does anybody think that makes sense for adjusting your cruise control speed? Why not have it plus and minus? That would make more sense to me. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Class still lets Cattle and Crops have the Class license, especially after they signed up with Farm Sim. I would have thought that would have been the death knell for Cattle and Crops having a Class license, because normally once you get signed up by Farm Sim pretty much have exclusivity. Produce 5 more bales. Will be pushed out as you go along. So let's have a bit of a zoom out then. And we'll see our lovely bales being produced. Now I've got to turn a corner. That's going to be bad. See, I want to go this way now. Auto steer. GPS. Do I like the graphics? The vehicles are nice. The equipment looks nice. The rest of the game, to me, looks a little bit like Farm Sim 15, Farm Sim 17 quality. I don't think the graphics are quite as nice as a 2020 game should look. But at the end of the day, the graphics are functional. They're more concerned with having the realistic physics and all that other stuff than having it look pretty, which is fine, you know. I can accept that. I can accept them wanting to have functionality over prettiness. But if your game doesn't function properly and it doesn't look pretty, then it's a bit of a problem. It's a bit of a problem if the game doesn't function properly and doesn't look good. Then you've just got a bad game. Turn off the baler. Right, apparently, apparently, it says we can eject the bales from inside the cab. So there's a button somewhere for doing Rejecting the bales. Where's the button for ejecting the bales? No. Clearly that lied to me. Turn lights on and off. Beacon lights are on and off. That's the ignition. That's the hazard lights. So yeah, the help window there lied. It said you could do it from inside. You could do it from inside the cab using the cab controls. You can't do it inside the cab using the cab controls. You can do it from the radial menu. Yes, you can do it from the radial menu. But that's not what the help window said. The help window said you could do it from the cab controls. Otherwise, it would have said, do it from the radial menu. Right, before I do that though, let's have a look if I can unload it using my unload button. Well, yes, you can press the radial menu from the cab. Of course you can. Inside the cab or even outside the cab, you can use the radial menu. The point is, the language there was wrong, Mr. Helging. That's the radial menu. Right? These are the cab controls when you're in this menu and you're using your mouse to click on things. These are cab controls. So when the game says use the cab controls to eject the bales, then there should be a button here that you can click on. Otherwise, it should just say open your radio menu. Clearly, like I say, because the devs do not speak English, is a bit of a lost in translation problem there. Now collect the bales. The bales must be retrieved from the field. To do this, they are speared on a bale fork, like the one on the class Arian, and then lifted up and placed on a bale trailer. So we hop out of that machine, and we run all the way over here. Well, can't run because, again, I can't bind a sprint key on the controller because, again, the one that FarmSim uses is hard bound to the activating cursor mode. So I can't sprint. And if you have the always run option on, it's a bit weird. Again, it would be nice if they could implement context sensitive controls so that when you are on foot, you can have buttons on the controller mapped to on foot controls, and then once you're in a vehicle, those buttons become vehicle controls. And basically double up what the buttons do. Assign each button like 2 functions. One for when you're on foot, one for when you're in a vehicle. You know, very simple and straightforward. Lots of games do this. FarmSim does it very well. But again, it's not implemented in this game. So, it's a bit of a problem. Again, the developers probably just feel everyone should play this game with a keyboard and mouse all the time. And I know from a fact that the controller aspect was something they were very reluctant to add and didn't want to add. But then they decided, you know what, if we can add controller support, then we can also release this game on consoles. Open the Joskin wagon. Oh, please let me know this is please let me know this is an auto load. Move the front loader upwards. Later it will auto load. I don't want to know about later, Mr. Helgi. I want to do it the easy way now. Why rename to Professional Farmer? Because the publisher that they linked up with is responsible for all these other games that are under the professional banner, I believe. So it kind of keeps the brand license. Kind of matches their all their other stuff that they do. Keep forgetting to change gear. The bales are now loaded onto the trailer with the bale fork. To do this, line up the bale fork horizontally and raise it to a height where the tines are roughly half the height of the bale. You know how to do this. The only thing I am keen to see is if the physics in this game are better than Farm Sim's physics. Or spiking bales. My first impression is no. Keep pressing the button. Oh, come off it. Come off it, game. Well, it's nice to see they've got the Farm Simulator physics for bale handling. Where you can't fucking get a bale to come off the forks. And people wonder why you use auto-load trailers. Well, that's the reason why, folks. Because then you haven't got to deal with the physics. Sorry, I'm destroying the crop. Crop destruction simulator is a go. I will also say it does feel a bit weird as well that to make the thing go up, you have to press up. To make it go down, you have to go down on the controller. Again, for me, having been a forklift operator telehandler operator, wheel loader operator, I am used to pulling the stick back, the hydraulic back, to have it go up, and pushing it forward to have it go down. So those controls need to be inverted for the up and down function of the hydraulics. They're the wrong way around. My brake's not working again. A bit strange. And this is where I end up pushing the other bale off the trailer. No. 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 Seriously? It's like, how do you get your forks out of the bale? I mean, literally, do I have to put the bale, like, go over the bale and tip the forks vertically down to have the bale slide off onto the trailer? Is that the only way I can get bales to stack? See, don't get that bit aspect. That's like bad. For a game that promotes having realistic physics, that wasn't very realistic. Because it let me lower the bale spike through the bale. Again, I'm having the problem with the brake not working on the tractor. I'm pleased I only have to pick up 3 bales. I wonder if bale collection is one of them jobs you can assign to the AI worker. Yay! If you find it difficult to load with the front loader, you can also have the bales stacked automatically. To do this, you will need to activate the auto collect option in the settings after this tutorial. This option is automatically enabled through this tutorial. To do this, the auto collect function is enabled in the bale transporter and the fork. First, attach the Joskin Bago. Excellent, now I get to auto load. Crap physics be gone. Wonky bales, no more. Switch to the trailer. Let's put it in. 6-8 bales. Oh, that magnetizes them. So you can lock them on the trailer so they don't fall off. I like that option. Patch 1.7 for Farm Sim 19 on Tuesday, November 10th. Yes, which will be to coincide with the Alpine DLC releasing 2 days later on the 12th. It'll be interesting to see what they manage to break. Oh, there we go. It'll be interesting to see what they manage to break with patch 1.7, because Giants usually always manage to fiddle with something that they don't tell you about, don't put in the patch notes, that makes the game a little bit less enjoyable. It's like they didn't tell you when they released the Class DLC that they fiddled with the physics of trailers. Which is still really annoying. It means you have to modify every single freaking trailer in the game now to undo those changes. Which means editing a whole load of XMLs for the default vehicles. Right, those bales should be locked on. So now we have to drive to the harbour to sell the bales. Oakley dokley. Is this the only bale trailer in the game as well? Is this the only bale trailer available in this game? Because if it is, I'm never going to use it. Because I don't like these front swivelly axle trailers. Because they're a nightmare to try and reverse. Yeah, the new tractors in the Alpine DLC are cool. Definitely look interesting. I'm looking forward to trying the electric ones. Having to deal with recharging them. Also, I can't wait to get like on the multiplayer server. I can't wait to reseed Field 11 on our map with grass and then let Mr. Helgi mow it by hand. Using the hand mower and see how many days it takes him to do it. And that's 6 in-game hours, right. Now, is that 6? Now, when it says 6 in-game hours, does timescale affect that? If I'm playing on like real time, or if I'm playing on like 50 times speed, does that affect that value? The 6 in-game hours can drastically mean quite a lot of different things, depending on your time scale. Doesn't affect the trowers, doesn't affect the tractor hours. So it's 6 actual hours then. You've got to use a tractor for 6 actual hours before you have to recharge it. I wonder if somebody will release a mod that makes that, increases that. In game, yeah, we see that's the problem, Richard. Because that doesn't tally up then, because tractor hours in game is real hours, is real life hours. Okay, timescale doesn't affect tractor hours because it's real life. So if you're saying they last 6 in-game hours, then that is going to be affected by timescale. Sure, that has to be affected by timescale then. Surely. And that's completely different from how the other tractors work, because the other tractors work on real time scale. Their working hours, their fuel consumption and everything is all done based on real hours. So yeah, it's a bit weird, that one, on the electric tractors. Charge drops as you use it. Right, so the charge drops as you use it, so you get 6 hours use out of it then, which has to be real time. Because you can make 6 hours go by in game very quickly if you play at 120 times speed. 6 hours can go by like that, and you will have done absolutely nothing. Minutes to recharge. Ooh. So 10 minutes real time to recharge for 6 hours real time use. Nice. I would have thought recharging would have took longer. I would have thought like electric vehicle recharging would have been like an hour, like in real life. If you want to recharge your Nissan Leaf, it takes an hour when plugged in to fully charge. From completely flat to fully charge. And then you get obviously your run hours or miles. It doesn't actually give you hours use, it's done on mile. It's obviously miles in real electric cars. Anyway, we have completed the baling tutorial, which now means I can do grain harvesting. But I think, having played, how long have I been playing this now? I've played this for 4 hours and 20 minutes, everybody. 420. I think I'm going to put a pause here. I will do the forage harvesting another time. A front weight battery pack, that's a good idea for a mod when you've got your electric tractors. So I have now completed 33 of the 51 tutorials. I've completed 5 of the 10 certificates. Am I now able to do... I should be able to... I can do from seed to harvest. That's the first scenario. I am now able to do the first scenario, which can take anywhere from 3 hours to 4 hours based on that, it says. I can't do any of the others yet because I haven't finished those, and I haven't finished those. So I can do the first scenario at some point another day. And then obviously I've still got quite a few tutorials still to do. So I need to do digestate fertilizing and sewer sludge. I need to do 1 more mineral fertilizer, which is the cedar fertilizer combo. Still got quite a bit. I haven't done any grass mowing yet, so I've got that whole section to do. Same as animal husbandry, I've got all that to do. I haven't done anything with the BGA yet, so I've still got all the tutorials to do on that. But we're getting there. We're working through it. We're working through it nicely. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a bit of a break. I'm going to have some dinner, hopefully, because I've not had any food yet today. I'm going to quickly update the placeable factories mod and the map on the multiplayer server, and then we'll be doing some farm sim this evening as well. If Mr. Helgi wants to come and join me, he's more than welcome. We can do some more work on Snetterton's farm, which will be nice. I did get the contract completed yesterday, Mr. Helgi, on the soybean contract. I know you was having your lag issues because so you had to leave the game fairly early because you was having lag issues, but I got that finished. I think the trucks are still parked at the dairy. The tractors might be parked at the BGA and your harvester might be still in the field. I didn't move any of the equipment, sadly. I didn't take it back to the farm, so that will all need to be done. But that doesn't take too long for us to sort out. But like I say, I will quickly update the map and the placeable factories mod, and then we should be good to go, I believe. So I will do that. So thank you to everyone who's tuned in to this afternoon's Cattle and Crop stream. Thank you to Richard Dower for the follow. Thank you and welcome to the channel. I will be back in half an hour or so maybe with Farm Sim 19. So be sure to come back and join me then. Goodbye for now, folks.